Hello, welcome to the January 16th, 2024 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can ask questions in advance by sending questions, emailing questions to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or you could just simply ask questions in the live chat field. When asking questions, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running, so if it's Cubase 11, 12, or 13, which level, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, and which operating system, that information will be helpful. When asking questions, if you don't get an immediate response, because we sometimes will get lots of questions, if we could refrain from asking the same question repeatedly, that would be appreciated. Just kind of speeds up the whole process so we get more questions answered. We should have an index of all topics that are covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. And if you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, which we've done over 30,000 topics, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that website. It's a wonderful resource. We also have two people that serve as moderators on the live stream, so we want to give special thanks to Agent K and to Jazz Dude. And we'll give special recognition to Jazz Dude for all of his efforts, not only in helping the discussion, but also for the Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource of information. And once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products, and I'm the host. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. We did have snow today, so my son is on a snow day, so you may hear him running above me very enthusiastically, enjoying his snow day, so I apologize for any extraneous noise. With that, one other note, we will go through our normal live streams this week. The week after, and the next 3 live streams, I'm going to have to postpone just because I'll be involved with the NAMM show, and I think we will get started up the very first Friday in February. It might be February 1st. I don't have a calendar open in front of me, so I just want to let people know we won't be having live streams because I'll be involved with the NAMM show in Anaheim, California. If anyone's going to be at the NAMM show, please stop by the streaming area of the Yamaha booth and please feel free to say hi. So with that, let's go ahead and answer some questions. All right, so we had some questions that were kind of put in the chat earlier, so let me get to those. Sometimes the questions that are placed in earlier chats will disappear as we get closer to the live stream. So we see a question: does the Novation Impulse 61 have auto map setup in Cubase, or do you have to set up? So I think if it's for the MIDI remote, I think that you would have to get a MIDI remote script for that. I'm sure that I've seen some of them online, but you could search for that. The ones that are included is if we click on the plus sign here and we go to Novation. We could, so we'll select Novation here, and we have the Launch Key series. Those are included, but it is easy to kind of make your own MIDI remote map and then customize it for the particular function, so that basically what you could do is have just a controller of the different functions and settings that you want to work with. So you could make the knobs basically physically laid out like the MIDI remote controller, and then at that point assign functions to it quite easily. But it's not one of the included ones, but you could reach out to Novation and see if they have one. All right, another question. Hi Greg, how to turn a continuous MIDI CC into an on-off switch using MIDI transformer? For instance, by setting a condition to transformer the CC value into a different controller number, if it surpasses a certain threshold, planning to ask this in upcoming live stream. Thanks. Okay, so let's say I wanted to take my modulation wheel, and after a certain threshold, I guess what the question is asking is to turn that into another MIDI CC. So I'm not sure, generally MIDI CCs aren't on off, but depending on the receiving device. So if we wanted to do that, we could go to our input transformer, and let's go to, I'm going to put this on the track and I'll open up the panel. So I just made a preset here that we're going to transform as opposed to filter. We're going to transform MIDI controllers, and we're going to say the MIDI controller that we want to transform is MIDI CC1. And what we want to do is we'll say our MIDI control value, so we say main value is going to be bigger or equal than 100. So, and then we want to take those values that are larger, MIDI CC1 values that are larger than 100, and turn those into, let's say, let's say we're going to turn these directly into MIDI CC11. So in the event transform actions, we're going to select type, and we're going to say set to fixed value to controller. And then what we want to do is figure out what controller that we want to work with. So we're going to take our controller number, MIDI modulation, in MIDI CC is CC1, continuous controller 1. And then we have expression would be CC11. So if you want to go from, your modulation to CC67, you would add 66. So now when I come over here, I'll just open up a MIDI monitor, and I'll clear the list. So when I adjust my MIDI, so I'm moving my mod wheel here, and if I keep it below 100, it's going to be MIDI CC1. If I go above 100, then it translates that, it converts that, transforms that into MIDI CC11. So you could just kind of set that up for whatever controller. So whatever controller that you want to just say you want to take the MIDI controller number and go from 1 to, whatever controller number. However, you just do the subtraction and put that value in right there. You could also subtract. So if you're going from MIDI CC10 to MIDI CC7, you would say subtract 3. So that's how you could do it. So again, when we go to our MIDI, so to go directly to the input transformer, we want to just make sure we'll see this icon. We could do it at the project level or the track. We could open the panel, and then as we just see the MIDI monitor plugin, as we do this, we're in modulation. I go above 100, and now we're in MIDI CC11 once we cross that threshold. All right, and we had another question, this is for last live stream, I failed to get to it, is how to take incoming MIDI velocity data and convert that into MIDI CC1. So we're going to go again to our input transformer here. We will go ahead and open the panel. So in this case, again, we want to use our transform function. We want to take our type is equal to note, and we want to take our velocity is bigger than 0. And then we're going to transform actions. We're going to say set to a fixed value of a controller, and then we're going to say the MIDI controller, we're going to set it to a fixed value of CC1. So now when I go to record a particular channel, so let's say, and I just hit notes, MIDI note messages that are the velocity. So we'll come here. So let me just take this off here real quick. turn off my. All right, so I'm going to just hit my notes with higher and lower velocities. And now as I go to look at this in my MIDI editor, we'll say let's look at modulation. And what it did is it transformed the actual velocity value. It transformed that directly into MIDI CC1, which can often be used for expression in different sample libraries. So again, to take the velocity value from the note from the keyboard and have that write MIDI CC data, we want to, again, we'll select our MIDI and we'll go to our input transformer. We will choose transform. Again, we'll say type is equal to note, our velocity bigger than 0. We want to set that to a fixed value of a controller to controller 1. So if I put controller 11 here, as I played the velocity, that would automatically trigger MIDI CC11 expression instead of modulation. Okay. Okay, next question that was sent in earlier. Another question, how to use either the MIDI input transformer or MIDI modifiers to use velocity as a modulation source to control the cutoff in Hallian Sonic 7 instead of Retrolog. I want when I play with force in Hallian Sonic, for example, to take a flute sound for it to dynamically open the cutoff. Please, thank you. So this could really depend upon the actual instrument. So we think of Hallian Sonic 7 as, it's a playback engine. So as we're working with playback engines and we load up a particular sound, at this point we could say, okay, I have a flute patch. So a lot of times when we're dealing with samples, and we'll call this kind of a rompler, where we're kind of taking a sound, we could do some different functions, but we don't necessarily have all of the editing capabilities as if we were doing it in a synthesizer, because the sound isn't being synthesized. So depending upon what actual instrument you're utilizing. So if you're playing a sound from Hallian Sonic SE and you wanted that sound to kind of change based on the velocity, if you go to like just the expressive flute, so we could, as we hit hotter velocities, we can just see that change. But if we have a synthesizer, like a synthesizer, this could be a pretty basic thing. But a lot of times if we're just loading up a particular instrument, if you're doing more sample based, like, if you have an orchestral library, you may not have a filter that's being applied to it because, people are designing particular instruments with particular functions. So if I wanted to look at, let's say, something from, Iconica, like the full version, you could come over here and have your velocity do the dynamics. And if you wanted to, get to the point where, if we have a Hallian 7, so not necessarily, if you wanted to do that, you may have to create your own instruments, and you could use that, use Hallian 7 to do that. So let's say we want to do all MIDI inputs. And now if we're building a sample instrument here, so let's say, and I have just a single note sample. Let me just, so now if we, wanted to work with this, now we could get into where we could, do different modulation for the different sound sets here. So, but, it really could depend upon the actual instrument that you're utilizing. So, if you wanted to design an instrument like that, probably a lot of flute sounds won't open up the filter based on velocity because it's going to be a sample-based instrument. But if you wanted to come over here and go into like your modulation matrix, at this point you could do that inside of Hallion 7. And we can think of Hallion Sonic 7 as playing back instruments that were designed in Hallion. So it depends upon the particular instrument that you're working with. But, if you go to Hallion Sonic and we load up an instrument such as voltage, where this is designed to be more of a synthesizer, here we could do all sorts of, your LFO based on velocity and different functionality here, but it really depends on what instrument Hallion Sonic 7 is playing. So again, we can think of Hallion Sonic 7 as the playback engine, and depending on the capabilities of the instrument that you're playing back is what you could do with it. Okay, so let me go. I think we're at where we had questions or live questions. Let me go to those. Just clear my throat real quick. All right. So we see from Gurjot Singh, recently switched from Windows to Mac, now feel completely lost. Please tell me where I can learn Cubase shortcuts and any tips to learn fastly and progress to mastery like yourself. So, anytime, if you're switching from Mac to Windows, think of your control key is going to be your command key. Your alt key on Windows is going to be option. Generally, the physical layout of the two keys between Mac and Windows is different. So, it's just kind of the nature of working with two different platforms. What I would do if is you could keep the key commands window open. And if you're looking for particular functions, what I do is anytime I would look for a menu, it's like, okay, I want to open up the pool window. I see that this keyboard shortcut is Command P. So I would say, okay, I'm going to learn that particular function and just hit Command P to open up that window. Okay, the mixer, when I come over here to my studio menu, I go to my mixer a lot. So to open up my mixer, the mixer is F3. So just come over here and just start working. And every time that you go to a menu, as you're learning Cubase, just figure out what the keyboard shortcut is. So, if you're like, okay, I want to do this particular function and you don't know what the keyboard shortcut is, you could come over here and it's like, oh, what does the right arrow key do? You could actually click on the keyboard shortcut here and type the function. It's like, oh, that allows me to navigate right. What happens if I hold down Command plus the right arrow? Oh, that's nudge right. Okay. If I hold Command plus the left arrow, that's nudge left. If I wanted to navigate left, no Command or Control key, but with holding down a Control key, I could just learn these particular things. So every time that you find yourself going to a menu to access something, like when you do that, see if there's a keyboard shortcut that you could do it. And you could always, if you're working with key commands, that's probably going to be faster than working with a mouse for the most part. Probably the fastest person I've seen on Cubase is, probably Stevie Wonder, and he's not using his mouse a lot. It's all kind of very key command driven how he works. So anytime that you kind of start and you're going for a particular function, just, put it in your mind, almost like take a mental picture of, okay, when I do this, and that will become kind of muscle memory, and you'll just kind of get used to those keyboard shortcuts so you can work really fast. All right, we have a question from Beat Legend. Hi, Greg. I've installed some VSTs, but the keybed is not showing up. How to enable the keybed so that I can see which notes I am playing. Thanks and greetings to the whole Cubase nation. So it could really depend on the instrument itself. So when I come over to, let's say we load up a Groove Agent instance, if the instrument itself doesn't have an actual keyboard, then, it's not going to show up. We can't do anything with that. Sometimes you may, like Groove Agent, when we come over here and we'll load up a kit. So let's say I will come right over here, we'll load up a kit. And if I want to see the keyboards that's not visible by default, there's a little keyboard icon. So if the instrument doesn't, some instruments will just have a very basic, palette of controls, but no keyboards. Most instruments will offer that, but if the instrument doesn't have the capability, we can't necessarily offer it. But you can, if you hold down Alt or Option plus the letter K, you could open up kind of a virtual keyboard here, and you could adjust the octaves just by So if you don't do that, maybe you could utilize the virtual on-screen keyboard. But if the instrument itself isn't designed with that in mind, then we can't necessarily add it. But you could maybe, use the virtual keyboard to get it to function for you. All right. So we see Stefan from Sweden. Thanks for joining us. We have Kevin Mehmed from Maryland who asks, what exactly is a signature track, and is it different than a chord track? What can you do with a signature track? So we could think of a signature track as being our, what our time signature is. So you'll often hear music. It's like, oh, this is in 4/4, this is in 3/4, 6/8. So when we go to add a signature track, we can just right click, we'll add our signature track. So we'll say, okay, we're going to be in 4/4 time. So I'm going to come over here. Now let's say as we're playing, we'll activate our metronome. So we have our downbeat, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now if I wanted to have a couple measures of 4/4 and then switch that to 3/4. So now we'll have two measures of 4/4, 3 measures of 4/4, and then goes into 3/4 meter. So if we start from the beginning, we count, we'll say like 1, let me just not select that, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3. So the signature track allows us to switch between different time signatures within your project. So if all of a sudden you're going from 4/4 to 6/8 or 3/4, 5/4, 2/4, it allows you to switch between those different time signatures, whereas the chord track is going to be a layout of the chords that are being used in the particular song. All right, so we have Uno Memento from Finland, where it's minus 23 degrees Celsius. That's very cold. But thanks for being on the live stream. Glad that you could join us, and hopefully you're keeping warm. All right, we have Peter Wild Music sending greetings from everyone from Switzerland. And Tommy C. from North Georgia. All right. Let me just, my chat is frozen, so let me see if I could. All right, so I got my chat back here. All right, wonderful to see Jazz Dude on. We have Jan from Cubase Index. Thanks for being on. All right, and we have Daniela Tokan checking in from Bochum, Germany. Thanks for being online. All right, always wonderful to see John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Michael Marshall. So we see, anyone know when the next Zoom meeting is? So I think we may because we have fewer live streams this month, we may just wait till February for our Zoom meetup. So let me know if that makes sense, since the last 3 live streams of January I'll be out of town. So but if we really want to do a Zoom meeting, we could fit one in on Friday's live stream, but I'd rather try to get through as many questions as possible. But let me know if people are really wanting to do Zoom, and we could do it on Friday if you guys want. Okay, so we have Lawrence from Barn Door Recording. Greg, how do I make a custom color set that I have in a project set of colors, the default in all projects, 13 Pro window? So once we go to our project menu, we go to our project color setup. And then once we go to our presets here, let me clear my throat again. So once we go to the options, once we have that color set configured as you want, come over here and you can choose Save Color Set as Default. So again, we can go to your project menu, to Project Color Setup, go to the Options tab and save the color set as default. And then as you go forward with other programs, those colors will automatically get applied. All right, so we see from Dallas LaRue, just says, I have a harmonica part that for a measure or two is not out of time, but a tad fast. Is there any way to free warp that could correct that? So yeah, certainly. So let's come over. Let's say if I needed to free warp on a particular part here. So if we want to do it on a project window, we could just say, okay, I want to select my warp tool. Let's get a free warp. And a lot of times as you record audio, we could go, let's say if I'm in the sample editor, we can come over here to the audio. Let's find kind of our hit points. And we could adjust kind of maybe our hit point intensity. So I could see kind of where my hit points are here. So I want my hit points to be kind of like where those particular bass notes are in this performance, or where they are in your harmonica performance. Then from the Create tab, we can say Create Warp Markers. So now when we are zoomed in, now if you don't see the warp markers, you may have to zoom in a little more, because otherwise it's just going to be kind of solid vertical lines. And once we have those positions, you want to make sure you go to the warp tool, that you have free warp, that you're in free warp mode. And then as you need to move different sections, you can just come directly here and move those sections. And if you have snap turned on, which you could turn on and off by hitting the letter J, you could have it, you'll see that it will kind of snap to the beat here. So as I come over, the one that you're controlling, it turns white. So you're going to be just to the right of it, and you'll see it goes from yellow to white. And then we could just have that kind of automatically snap directly to the grid like so. So you could definitely fix rhythmic timings very easily using free warp with like that, Dallas. All right, so you see Jazz Dude just says that it's probably the next live stream after this one will be, or after Friday's live stream will be on February 2nd. Thanks for confirming that for me, Jazz Dude. All right, so we see it says, hi Greg, I have a request to let Cubase show the last parameter touch on the first automation track. So if you want, there is kind of something similar. So if we want to just, let's go to our automation settings, and let's say we go to the settings here. We could just do the reveal parameter on stop. So let's say if I'm automating a particular parameter here, let's say in my channel strip, that as soon as I come over, let's say I'm automating this particular track. Sorry, let me just turn it down. So if I come right here and I'm automating on my bass part, that it doesn't necessarily show on top, but if you're just doing one, as we come here, that will automatically reveal itself, but you could always move that particular automation event to the top, or if you only want to see one at a time. But I'll pass that along as a feature request, but just in case you didn't know, when you go to the automation settings, that you could have the reveal parameter, so it doesn't necessarily go on top. I can see where that could be useful, but I'll definitely kind of pass that along, but just in case you didn't know of that particular function. All right. Always wonderful to see Benny from Sweden, and we got Michael Team from Weatherford, Texas, from a frigid North Texas. Thanks for joining us. All right, so Tommy C says, hi G, Cubase 13, I know how to make multi-outs on Halley and Sonic 7, and I'm trying to use, and it says I'm trying to use D. Let me see if there's, okay, let's see, follow up. So hit return by accident. Drum kits in Hallian, Sonic 7, trying to dissolve MIDI part, but won't let me choose separate channels. I'm trying to make multi-out so I can make separate drum kits. Okay, so let's take a look. So I guess it's using separate outputs on a drum kit in Hallian Sonic 7. Okay, so I'll just come here. Let's add an instrument track. We'll go to Hallian Sonic 7. All right, so I think instead of the separate by channel, you want to separate by pitch. So let's come over. We'll say your drum and percussion. So I'll just do okay, so okay, so I'll just create some different ones here. So let's say okay, so I have all these different sounds on different drums. So if I wanted to have like separate outputs for them, what we could do is just go to your MIDI menu and let's choose to dissolve part, and let's separate by pitches. So once we do this now, each lane, it's going to add a separate distinct virtual instrument, and each lane will have different MIDI notes. So instead of separating by channels, since it's all on one particular MIDI channel, at that point we can just separate by pitches. So let me know if that makes sense for you. Sorry, I had to send a message to someone real quick. All right, so our next question. All right, so we see John Barry on, checking in from Old England. All right. All right, so we see Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. All right, so we see from John Costigan, hi Greg, Windows 10, Cubase 1207. I have forgotten how to get to standalone, the Grand 3 and FM Lab to see Apollo twin interface. The VST eyes only see one of the video monitors, sound outputs, no others. All right, so let's say we want to, so let's see if I have those installed. So we'll come over here, applications, let's see if I have the Grand, yeah. Okay, so when we come over, let's go to, see, it's the settings menu over here on the right hand side, and we want to choose your ASIO driver, and then instead of going to probably your, like my Dell, which would transmit the audio via HDMI, you can just set this to whatever audio interface you have. So look for this little settings cogwheel in the upper right hand corner. Then you can set your MIDI inputs, metronome, and your ASIO driver and some advanced settings directly there. So let me know if that makes sense on your Windows platform. But if you do that, I think it's very similar for the different virtual instruments. All right, so we see Harry Olive just saying hello to everyone. Thanks for joining us today. All right, and Michael Teams is dispersing his virtual ice cream. All right, so John Barry asks, hi Greg, could you show me the fader on the new left channel zone and the old left zone side by side? I'm on Windows 11 and the fader in the old left zone does not size like the new channel zone. Thanks. Okay, so let's just add an audio track. Okay, so when we're here, we could, since this is showing just the channel, a lot of people may have kind of the fader set here. We wanted to kind of maintain some of the same semblance between, so now if we have multiple tabs open, we can come over here and see this and see all of our various tabs and navigate up and down. When we're here, we could, on the new channel, we could separate and have a different zone so that the fader can be super tall if you want to just see the fader, or you want the fader to be this height and navigate to all the other parameters. And again, whereas before the inspector, by default would close the other inspector tabs when you opened one, this is designed to have multiple tabs open and just kind of scroll very easily. So now we could navigate between our different functions. So if I have my channel strip here, I could just kind of click here in a little pop-out window. I could click on the EQ. But when we look at the faders kind of side by side, this one is more resizable and can be anchored just to the bottom, where we have kind of a divide line between the faders. And I think if we right click on the zone here, we go to set up sections, and then so at this point you could see exactly what functions, but it's kind of designed where the fader, it will always be open here. And this is kind of maintaining the same concept as and paradigm as previous versions, but much easier handling for having multiple inspector tabs open simultaneously. So let me know if that's helpful for you, John. All right, always wonderful to see Razel from Denmark. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see a question. Hi, Greg. When I convert a stereo track to mono and then use the pool to convert the stereo file to mono. The result is quieter than the original. Is this normal? The original file was mono in stereo format. So one thing that might affect that is if you go to your project menu, let's go to your project setup, and you could check your pan law. So check to see if your pan law is set here, because that could affect when you're doing it on the tracks versus the conversion, the straight conversion from the pool. So check to see if your stereo pan law can make a difference. So if you just click right in here and experiment with some of those settings, I think that will fix it for you. All right, so Sven Isaacson just says, as a 5.2 Groove Agent standalone, works with Mode 2 interfaces. It takes care of High Sonic Groove Agent. Now, if Steinberg only fixed the audio engine in the Grand as well, I'd be very happy. So I'll make sure to see. I'll check on that, see if there's any more information on that. All right, it's wonderful to see Auel from Switzerland, and we have Daupski. All right, so, and Daupski asks, hi Greg, how to reverse two of the snare audio file and one track? They're both affected, thanks. Okay, so let's come over here and I'll just drag like a snare sample in. Okay. Okay, so let's say I have my samples here, and let's say I'll just duplicate this a couple times. Okay, and I wanted these two in the center to be reversed. All right, so what's happening is when we have audio files, this is the same audio file repeated 6 times. So if we did a process like reversing these two, I could select these two. These these other ones are still referring to the same file. So let's see, and we could change this behavior with a preference. So let me just make this a little more obvious. Okay, so I'm going to go to my audio menu to process, and we will say reverse. All right, so there is this little pop-up that will say, by default, they'll say the project contains items that use the same audio material as the event in this editor. Click new version if the processing should only apply to the edited event. So I'm going to say new version, and now the other files aren't copied over. Probably what happened is you went to your preferences, and you notice that with that window, it's like a don't show me again. Go to editing, to audio, and we can say on importing audio files, or I'm sorry, on processing shared clips, we could say create new versions by default. So I'll hit apply here, and let's say I want to reverse this one. Again, we'll go to audio menu, processes, reverse. This will process independently rather than the other ones. So again, go to preferences, to editing, audio, and on processing shared clips, just choose create new version. And then I think you'll be all set. You could also have it pop up the window when you want it to as well, but it's one of those windows that says, don't show me this window again. A lot of people close it. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we have Milos Stoshik just says, hi Greg, I have questions for you. How to correct LUFS and True Peak composition in Cubase. I have Cubase 13 Pro and Cubase 13 Pro and MacBook Pro. Greetings from Oslo. So let's say I have these files, and maybe they are, I'll just import just like a 2-track mix here. And let's say when I do an analysis on this file, so we'll go to audio menu here, and let's go to let's say statistics. Let's see if it's audio to statistics. We do an analysis of this and say, okay, probably this one is going to be too hot, so we're at minus 7.4 LUFS. But let's say I want this to be at minus 14 LUFS for a streaming service. So how we could address that is to select the event. Let's go to your audio menu. We will go to processes, to normalize. And once we have normalize set up, we could set our normalize in dB or in loudness units. So I'll say let's go to minus 14, type that in, and now that's going to normalize the file to minus 14 LUFS. So once again, you can select the event, go to your audio menu, processes, normalize, and choose your value in LUFS directly there. So let me know if that's helpful for what you want to do. All right, so IOL asks, experienced notes not played when dragged from the chord pads into the arranger. Shortening notes a tad helped, but it made me wonder if chord pads do send some sustained signal per chord between switching chords. All right, so if we're doing, so let's come over to, I'll just add an instrument here quickly. All right, so I have this set, and we want to go to our chord pads. Close that, sorry. All right, so now we have, all right, so I'll just put this into a record quickly here. And just turn on. All right, so say now that I've done that, so it doesn't look like any extra information other than when I just kind of hit 2 notes at once, but the chord notes that are on there are automatically triggered. So let me know if I did anything differently than what you did, but let's say if I wanted to be really clean about this, I'll just come over here. And I'll activate my chord pads. Sorry. So now when we go to look, we can see that those 3 chords I just played were just kind of captured as expected. When triggering chord pads, one of the things that you could also check, so let's go to your chord pads. You could have just a quantize set here to like quarter notes or eighth notes. If you don't see that window, just right click and go to the sections and make sure that you have the snap playback for musical grid. So you could just kind of come right over there and so check like this particular function here. So the snap playback for musical grid. So I think by default it was on in Windows but not on Mac. So you could right click and you could try setting that and see if that helps. All right. So we see Vinny Sabatino from Florida. Great to see you on. It says, today I'm getting a message that Q key is not working at all. I've tried resetting it and still I got nothing. Help. Cubase Pro 13 Windows 10. So, the Q is probably going to be set up for quantize. So check if you go to your edit menu to key commands. And if we click right here, we activate the key command and then see if we come over, you hit the Q, like what the particular function is set for, and see if that is being utilized. Also make sure that you have something that is selected that's quantizable. So if you have maybe a marker track or a arranger track event and something is selected, then that Q function, something that can't be quantized, may show that message. But check to see, make sure that you only have MIDI events selected if you hit Q, if you see that take effect. Okay, so we see just a feature request. Please add width to automation with update. So if we do have automation, so let's say if we are here, so I'm not sure if you wanted to make like the existing automation values more spread out. What you could do is if you come here, if you just kind of grab the top center, you could increase, but you could also, if you go to the center, if you select the automation nodes and go to the right center, we could compress, or if you wanted to gain more width in the automation, you could just go to the right center edge and kind of compress or expand the width of the automation values like so. So let me know if that's the width you're referring to. All right, wonderful to see Val checking in from Vienna, Austria. Thanks for joining us today. All right. So lots of questions in my future here. My chat field just jumped. All right, so you see Michael Teams has granted my family and myself 1 gallon of coconut almond fudge ice cream. Sounds like a wonderful choice. Thank you very much. All right, Creed is wishing everyone a happy belated year. All right, and RFB is saying hello from Holland. All right, so we see John Barry ask, hi Greg, in the 13 update in the mixer zone, the show hide racks function has gone. I used this and had my controller set up for it too. Any chance we could get it back? Cheers. All right, so let's take a look. So let me just... All right, I'll just go to a different project here quickly. Looks like my racks have disappeared as well. Let me just see if they're... All right, so when we come over here, okay, so I see all my racks, and let me just see if it's... Right, so I'm not sure if John, without opening up the last one, if it was just like kind of one button to see that. Let me just look in the key commands. But now as we kind of come over here, I think the settings were just kind of updated. Let's see if it's maybe... So I think that when you go to the setup window layout, let's see if there's maybe presets in here. But I think it is maybe... So I think maybe maybe you could confirm, John, if like there was a just kind of a show racks or hide racks instead of all of the individual components here. But let's see if there's... I'll just go to my key commands in the mix console and see if there's like... So it looks like maybe you could utilize the views for like, routing, and maybe if you utilize these to turn all these on, and you might be able to, but if you want all of these racks on or off, I guess you could probably make a macro to do that. But if you could confirm, I could maybe see if I could make a macro for Friday's live stream. And I'll just check on version 12, see how it was done, and see if we get similar behavior. All right, development of a void asks, question, is there a way to reposition the mute solo buttons on the track channels? Okay, so let's say when we look at this, let's take a look at our mute solo buttons. I think if we right click and we go to track control settings, that when we come here, all right, so let's see, we have our name, all right, let me just come over here and let's say if I switch these, Looks like those might be fixed, but we'll... So it looks like the mute and solo are kind of switched. I'm just might be fixed. Yeah, so it looks like those might be, the mute and solo might be fixed. So I don't think that those can be changed. Sorry about that. All right. So we have Rob from Tarpon Springs, Florida. When I drag a drum pattern onto a track, it either adds a separate MIDI track or it populates with editor information that does not dissolve to the separate drum sounds. Okay, so it could be, one of the things that you could do is go to, because what you're probably doing is just dragging the MIDI file in. So if you go to Preferences, and you go to MIDI file on Import. So it could be like when you do this by default, when you drag a MIDI file in, it may be adding Howling Sonic multi-timbral tracks. And sometimes when you drag the MIDI file over, there may be other parts of the MIDI file that get imported. Like, it could be like it's importing, a master track. If there is master track data saved with the particular MIDI file as well. So, but try checking this and see if you just, when you drag it, if you're dragging it to an existing MIDI or instrument track, or you're just dragging it to an empty track and having it populated. But check these preferences under MIDI to MIDI file and check your destination and, whether you want it to be auto-dissolved or not. Or you see Alexander Plasko just saying, "Hi Greg, thanks for the PDF." So you're welcome. And I have a PDF file that's searchable of all of the topics in the live stream. If anyone wants it, please feel free to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right. All right, so we see from RFB, is it possible to make a macro for your entire track? So you have to make some small changes to things to finish. So, depending on what the function is in the macros, I guess you're asking if it's possible to make a macro for your entire track. So, depending on what the macro does, it could affect the entire track, or it could affect if it's something that's been cut here and you have this selected, depending on what is selected, the track or the event, that could make a difference as to what is processed. But so it says, so you have to make some small changes to things to finish. I guess maybe to things to finish. But let me know if there's a macro that you want to do, or how you want the macro to affect events or tracks. If you could let me know that, so I could understand it better. Sorry for being dense on my end. All right, so we see question. Says, hi Greg, how to hear only the send channel if channels are sending to it are post faders. So if I mute them, they don't send. Thank you. Okay, so let's say I have like too much reverb on my snare here. So I'm going to add an effects channel track to my snare. Let's make it an obvious reverb. Okay, so now all right, so now what generally happens, I'm going to be utilizing the control room. So we'll go to our audio connections and go to the control room, and I just have my monitors configured here. When I go to my outputs tab, I have my stereo out defined but not connected. So as we're listening to this now, and generally what happens if we solo like the reverb, the original source channel is going to be soloed with it. But if I want to just hear the reverb, since we have the control room, I can click on the listen bus. And then we'll put this so now I'm hearing only the reverb. And if we adjust our listen dim, so now when I click on solo, the track itself is, we're going to hear the track and the reverb return. But now when I click on L on my reverb return channel, we're only hearing the reverb. So instead of soloing the track, try just using the listen bus. And that way, if you wanted to isolate the reverb, then all you'd have to do is click on the L button, and then all you're hearing is the reverb return channel without the source track being blended in. All right, so we see from John Koskian, he's saying February is fine with me for the Zoom meetup. All right. Wonderful to see Matt Elliston on. Thanks for joining us. We see John Koskian just saying, thanks for a tip, Greg. I will now achieve bliss. All right. We want to make sure John is happy. All right. All right, so we see another question, please. I try create a macro that when I solo channel, all other channel solos mutes are canceled. I tried using deactivate all mute states or deactivate all solo states, but couldn't. All right, so let's say I have my bass soloed, and let's say my snare. Let's say I have my bass and kick here. And I want to go to my guitar track. So I think if I hold down Control or Command and then click on the S, that will override all of the other solo mute states. So if you are here and say, okay, I have my kicks and bass soloed. Now I want to hear only the snare. Hold down the Control or Command key and click on the S, the solo button. And now you'll only hear that track and everything else is muted. So let me know if that will work for you. So try Command or Control and click on the solo button for the channel, and then that will override all the other solos in the project there. All right, so we see Andy Shaw asks, hi Greg, Cubase 13 Pro with Windows 11 Sibelius Ultimate. Is it possible to import MIDI to specific bars in a Cubase project? Example, string ensemble MIDI written in Sibelius. So I think that, generally importing MIDI files will place it at its original position, but let's go ahead and give it a try. Let me just see if there's any. All right, so if we say import to left locator, okay, so I'm going to come over here, and let's say my left locator, I will move to measure 67. I'm going to import a MIDI file that started on measure 1. So let's go import MIDI file. I think I have one on. We'll keep it in this particular project. Okay, so let's say this is a MIDI file that starts on bar 5. So I want to open that. And we can see that that would automatically import. So this had 5 measures of silence on it. So make sure that you go to your preferences, to MIDI file, and then you could have it automatically import to the left locator position in the current project. And then that will be where the start of the MIDI file gets imported into. So let me know if that's helpful. All right. Wonderful to see Michael Romanowski on. Says, howdy, Greg. See you at NAMM. So, yeah, I'll be in the Yamaha booth. Yeah, look forward to maybe I'll send you an email. We can set up an appointment if you're going to be around. Be great to see you. All right, and we have Anders saying hello from Sweden. Okay, so we see, hi Greg, I want to turn a continuous MIDI CC message into an on-off switch using the MIDI transformer, for instance, by sending a condition to transform the CC value into a different controller number. So I did that earlier, like one of the first questions, so let me know if that's helpful for you. So I'm not sure if what you want to do with the on-off message, but we can transform and I showed how to transform from my modulation when it's above 100 to MIDI CC 11, but let me know, generally, it could depend on what is receiving that message, but let me know if you saw that earlier. If not, I could show it again really quickly. I guess I'll just do it just in case you didn't see it earlier. Okay, so what I did here was I set up my MIDI input transformer. And I just said we're going to take our incoming modulation data, could be any, so we're going to take controllers that are modulation, and if that controller is bigger than 100 in value, so any modulation data above 100, we're going to transform that into another controller that is 10 more than MIDI CC1. So if I do this, 1 plus 10 will give us controller 11. So I go to my MIDI monitor now. Anytime that I move my modulation wheel with this engaged, I'm transmitting MIDI modulation data, or if I go above 100, it turns that into MIDI CC data. So let me know, and depending on if you're on-off switch, generally CCs are kind of continuous and not kind of momentary on-off. But let me know if that would work for your scenario. It could depend on something could turn off when a particular MIDI controller is above a particular range, you could do that, but let me know if that's helpful. All right, so Chilluminate says hi to everyone. All right, so we have Randy Lee sending greetings from the Arctic apocalypse in Texas. All right, so we see, hi Greg, I want to control the preview volume of the media bay using the fader on my master keyboard. Okay, so let's say I will come over, let's get to my MIDI remote here, and I want to use this knob, and I think we're just going to route this to our control room volume. So let's apply the mapping. All right, so now I'll come over to media, and let's just go through some different loops. So now I'm controlling the volume, so I could just, let's say, I'll just do some longer ones here. So while we play, so I'm just moving this knob, which is the control room volume. So again, you could, if you're using the MIDI remote, right click on your control room volume, say pick up for MIDI remote, move a knob on your MIDI remote, click on apply mapping, and then you could adjust your volume. Just that easily. All right. All right, so we have a question. Is it possible to customize the attribute window for each folder in my Media Bay favorites? So once we're in our Media Bay, so we'll hit F5 to open Media Bay. So I'm not sure if it's going to be for each particular folder, but you could choose which attributes in general. So I think, as soon as we come to, let's go over to, let's say, some factory content. Let's go to VST sound. All right, so let's say if we're here and, we could click on the settings. And then if you wanted to add, your own. So I think that this is not going to be tied to the particular folder, but you could add attributes, and you could choose not to view the attributes at different times. But here, there's a number of different attributes that come standard with the program, but you could create your own attributes, but I think they're going to be kind of global and not necessarily different attributes for different folders. All right, so we see from Chilluminate, hi Greg, how do I activate/reactivate an audio extension? Vocaloid is grayed out activated, but when I click on the editor, it says it can't open since another instance is already open. So I'm not sure if Vocaloid, if that's working as, I don't have a later license of it, if that is working as a ARA extension. So let me know if you see it as an ARA extension here, or if it's going to just be a virtual instrument. And it could be that if you have it open as a virtual instrument, that maybe it's only able to kind of generate one particular voice at a time. But let me know if it's Vocaloid that's doing it. So I'm not sure if it's Vocaloid or vocal line, but I think Vocaloid doesn't work as an ARA2 extension. I haven't played with it in a number of years. But let me know if it's showing up here. But if I had a different, let's say I had, different files here with an ARA2 extension. So if I wanted to see spectral layers, which is an ARA2 extension, I could activate that. So now when I'm in spectral layers. When I come to this particular event, I could go to the extensions, and when I double click here, that's going to launch both into the same extension without having to close a particular extension. So let me know if it's vocal line or if it's Vocaloid, because those are like very different things, but you should be able to have, as you can see, I could have two different extensions for Vocaloid, or for, not Vocaloid, but for spectral layers right there. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped. Okay, just finding my spot. Sorry about that. All right, so we see from Anna Christina asks, hi Greg, in the visibility panel, how can I quickly find a hidden track by typing its name? It makes it easier for me when I have a project with many hidden tracks. Okay, so let's say I'm going to add a number of tracks here. All right, so I've added a number of tracks named Anna Christina. So let's come over here, and let's say I will hide these particular tracks. Okay, and let's see if I go to search. I'm going to hit Control or Command F. So it looks like even though the track is hidden, that we could now still search for it in the visibility. So when I come over here, let's say I want to go to Anna Christina 7, the track is hidden here. I'm going to hit Control Command plus the letter F, like find, and I can see all of my tracks, whether they're hidden or not. All right, so say we'll come here and I'll say 07 and then hit enter. Once we've searched for it and hit enter, that will unhide the track and make it visible on the particular project, as we can see in the visibility tab here. So let me know if that's helpful for you, and thanks for being on the live stream. All right. So see, Jazzy is mentioning Cubase will be turning 35 this year. So he wants me to please ask the Steinberg guys if they offer us some great sales this summer. So I'm sure they'll be doing something. It's also the 40th anniversary of Steinberg this year. So. All right, so we see from Anna Christina again, when I open the lower zone, I can't navigate vertically in a project to see other tracks. Do you have a solution for this? Okay, so let me just activate all of the tracks here, and I'm just going to add a number of, I'll just add some more tracks. Okay, so now I have lots of tracks. So if it could depend on which zone is active. So right now I'm using my mouse scroll wheel We see the white outline here, so that indicates that we're in this zone. If I hit the tab key, we could navigate between different zones. So now when I use my mouse scroll wheel, I could navigate. We see the white outline. I can navigate in my media bay. Now I can navigate using my scroll wheel in the inspector, in the track list, or we could just go directly to our project window. So it really depends on, I think, what the current, where we see this white outline, and just hitting the tab key will navigate between 5 different zones. So make sure that even if we're here, that you might have to kind of be in that particular area if you want to make sure I'm reading this right. Yeah, so it could be just, where your particular mouse movement is in context as well. So, different areas. So it doesn't even look like it has to be the active zone. But if you're in this zone, so it's kind of, we'll break it down to different zones that you can navigate to by tapping, or if you just kind of move here as well. So I think that this, if we use our up down arrow keys, and there's preferences to keep that, but let me know if that makes sense. But if we're in the lower zone, you may just have to, if you want to navigate vertically, just navigate vertically in the area where you want to navigate, which I think kind of makes sense. But let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, Torsten K asks, "Hi Greg, thank you for your support on this channel. So really appreciate it. So you're welcome. I'm always glad to be able to share knowledge with others." Question: is there an easy way to export the raw recorded vocal files unprocessed from a project? Okay, so let's say I'm here, and let's say I had a number of vocal files here on this particular project. Let me just give them some space. Okay, so let's say I have all these particular files. So if you wanted to, you could just go to export. And if you want to just select the particular events, so I think if we just hold down, we'll select the first event on the track. And I'm going to just shift, double click, that will select all of the events. Go to File, to Export Selected Events. And here we could just choose for this to be dry. And you could choose a file location wherever you want it to. So that would be a way, okay, I just need to put this onto a USB flash drive or upload it to a cloud. So, a quick way of doing it is, again, you could select all the events, go to File, Export, Selected Events, and that way, even if you have multiple files on, and choose for it to be dry, if you have multiple files on different tracks, you could export all of those together. So if you needed a separate events, or if you wanted to, you could also do a render in place. If you go to Edit, Files, we'll say go to your render settings. Let's keep it dry. I want to turn this into one event, give it a particular name. So let's say, okay, we want to come here, and we'll say render. And now we could have one single audio file that contains all of the different sections. So a couple of different approaches there. Let me know if that's helpful. All right, so we see from Ibrahimovic, 1992. I'm sure I said that wrong. Sorry. I want to create a shortcut on my master keyboard to open the VST of the selected track. Thank you. All right. So all we have to do, let's go to the MIDI remote, and let's say I want, just come here to my untitled. So I want this particular button to open a VSTi. So I'll just add a couple instrument tracks. So let's go add track, instrument. Let's add retro log. Let's add a pad shop. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to right click here on the edit VST instrument, and we'll say pick up for MIDI remote. I'll hit the button and we'll say apply mapping. And now all I have to do is once I'm here, I go to my pad shop, I hit that button. And that could just open up the particular VST instrument, but you could also just come here. So I'll remove the mapping. So let's say we'll pick up from MIDI remote, and then we'll just click on the mapping page here, and we'll see the functions. And we can say edit VST instrument, apply the mapping. All right, open, close with the same command. Open, close with the same command. So if you always wanted that to go to a particular track, you could right click there, or again, just right click, say pick for MIDI remote mapping, and then choose edit VST instrument and set that, and then whatever channel you have selected, you could hit that button from your MIDI remote controller and open up that particular function. Okay, so we have Nancy asking, hi Greg, how to export a processed file from the sampler track to an audio track. Okay, so let's say I have right, so I'm going to go to my sampler track. I'll drag, we'll go to my sampler control. I'll drag in.
Your chest is where I chew.
Okay, so we have my sampler track right here at the bottom.
Your chest is where I chew.
Your chest is where I chew. Your chest is where.
Your chest is where I chew.
And I want to put effects on this. So we'll come over here. Let's make this, I'll just add a delay.
Your chest is where I chew. Your chest is where I chew. Your chest is where I chew.
All right, so let's say I have that, and I'm just going to trigger a particular note here. So I'm going to record in.
Your chest is where I chew.
Okay, so I have my MIDI note that's triggering the sampler track. And what I could do now is, again, just go to Edit, to render in place. I'll say let's choose our complete signal path or channel settings. If we used sends or group channel for processing, we could choose our complete signal path, and then we'll choose to render. And as we do this, we'll just play back this particular audio file. And we'll hear the effect. So All you have to do is once you have the sampler track, you have effects on it, go to your edit menu and do a render in place. And in the render settings, if you just have inserts and channel EQ, you could choose channel settings or the effect sends or groups or master effects and apply those to the particular track. And then you could turn that straight into an audio file. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Nancy. All right, Tribal Dance Amir asks, the loops are playing in Media Bay, but I cannot hear them. Thank you so much. All right, so let's say we are in our Media Bay. We'll go over here, and let's say we're not hearing our loops in preview. You know, if we think about it conceptually, these tracks aren't necessarily assigned to a particular output. So we want to go to our studio menu, to audio connections, and if we have this just set to our outputs, all right, and I'll just turn these off in my control room. So now I don't hear anything. But when I go to my VST connections, I'm going to set my outputs to not connected, and then we set where we have our monitoring path. We want to add a monitor. So here I'm going to choose for this to go out to my mix left and right. And now that it's routed through the control room, we could hear and we could have the control room volume be our preview volume. So route it through the control room, activate that, and you should be able to hear your particular previews of all of your samples. All right, so we see from Esmeralda, hi Greg, how to display only the MIDI tracks at once and hide all the other tracks without having to search for each one individually. All right, so let's say I have a number of MIDI tracks. So let's say I have some instrument tracks. I have, let's say, effects channels. So I have a lot of different types of effects. I want to have, let's say, group channels, etc. All right, so I have a lot of different track types here, and I only want to see MIDI. What you could do is if we come over here, we could go to our filter types, and we can say, I only want to see instrument tracks. I only want to see MIDI tracks. So at this point, you can say, I just want to see MIDI tracks. I just want to see audio tracks. I want to see all of my track types. So again, if we go just right over here, at that point, we could choose our filter track types, and we can say, I only want to see these. So we could, again, where you see this, we could now just say, okay, I want to hide all my tracks. I want to see only audio. I want to see only effects. I want to see only groups or only instruments or MIDI. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, Esmeralda also asks, I want to keep the floating window of the sampler track fixed on my screen even when navigating through the project. Okay, so let's come over here to our sampler track. Okay, so I'm here. Let's go to our sampler control. Okay, so I'm going to break this off. So we could kind of break it into its own separate window by clicking right here on the little arrow up key, and then I'm going to just kind of shrink this window down a bit here, and let's say we'll look at all of my tracks. Okay, so let's say if I want my sampler track to be here, and we could reposition kind of our, just get my windows sorted out, sorry about that. See if I'm in the right project here, sorry. So here, you know, not every window has a always on top mode. Looks like sampler track doesn't, but if we just kind of reposition your windows accordingly, so let's say I want to come here, we can have the sampler track always open or on a second screen and have that independent of your particular project window here. So all right, so you see John Barry says, hi Greg, in the 12 setup mixer layout, cogwheel had the option to hide racks altogether. So I'll do some experimenting and see if I could, you know, if I need to come up with a macro, I could work on that for you, John, and show it on. And you also mentioned that the key command disappeared, hence the controller stopped doing it. So I'll see if there's a workaround that I could come up with for Friday's live stream on that, John. All right, wonderful to see Lauren back. Says, hi Greg, how to customize the metronome sound using a sample and keep it as the default. Okay, so I'll just do new project. Okay, so we go to our transport menu, and let's go to metronome setup, and we'll see click sound. So there's a number of different presets that you could do. You know, so there, once you come over here, we could just say, you know, if you wanted to go through different presets, and like a lot of people like having like a vintage spike. So if we wanted to have kind of like a Uri click, you could do that, but we could also just load custom sounds. So once again, we go to transport, to metronome setup. We could say, let's go to our click sounds, and we say use custom sounds. And now we could just kind of come over here and choose different sounds that we want. So let's see if I could find something that's not drive people crazy with this. So let's say I was just looking for like a quick I want this snare sound. So we have that for our high. So now, if we wanted to come over, we could just say, you know, we wanted this to we'll do our default sounds. So once we go to use custom sounds, like I say, I want and then you could just kind of choose different sounds. You could choose between 4 different sounds, and then once you have that set, those settings will stick until you change it when you go to different projects. So again, just go to your metronome setup, go to click sounds, use custom sounds, click on the sound field and load in like a standard wave file. And then you could adjust your audio click level. You could save as a preset, but once you do that, then you could customize. But a lot of people miss that you have all sorts of different options that you could audition directly from here. So check that out, and thanks for joining us today, Lauren. Right. So we see a question: does Teddy Riley use Cubase 13? So I know he's he's been a long time Cubase user, like 20 plus years. He's usually very quick to get on. I haven't talked to him in maybe since Cubase 13 has come out. I haven't talked to him in a couple months. I'm sure I'll see him at the NAMM show. But he's usually pretty quick to adopt to new versions. So I would say there's probably a 95% chance he's on 13 the very first day that it came out. So. All right, so we see sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, so it says after update Groove Agent 5, the browser doesn't show user MIDI files in Groove Agent full version. Does Greg have the same issue? I meant to do the update yesterday, but I got kind of tied up with work stuff. So I haven't installed it. I haven't installed a new one yet. I've seen reports of it online, so I haven't tried it, but I haven't installed it. But I promise to have it installed for Friday, and I'll take a look at it. Okay. All right, so we see from Tommy C. In Groove Agent 5, preset bass lovers. How in pattern mode, then edit pattern, how can I play and edit and get the MIDI to a track? All right, let's take a look. Sorry, let me just load kit with patterns. All right, so it may be a preset. Let me just see if it's in content with full Groove Agent. Just check. All right, so I don't see the bass lovers preset in pattern mode, but I'll show you kind of. I'm sure that this will do the trick for you. So let's say we have this going on. All right, so if I wanted to get this pattern, so we could see the pattern once we go over here, you can say, okay, let's edit the pattern. But if we wanted to get this into Cubase, and this works in SE as well, all we would have to do is go to the inspector, and for the MIDI input, we would choose from plugin, and then we would say from Groove Agent. So now we have the MIDI going out of Groove Agent being fed into the track. So when I come over here, and we'll just hit record. So now I'll play this pattern. That now it will just record the output from the particular instrument right into the sequencer. So as soon as you have Groove Agent enabled, and you can see it gets a little easier to in Cubase 13 when you go to your MIDI inputs, but it's going to create a MIDI output port, and this works for full Groove Agent or Groove Agent SE. So you want to just choose, in 13 we could clearly see, okay, we go to our plugins that are transmitting MIDI. We could choose our Groove Agent, so we're in the first agent here, and then set that as the MIDI input and hit record. And then Groove Agent's going to transmit the MIDI information out, and then we could capture it directly right back into Cubase. All right, Lauren asks, in the expression maps configuration panel, can you explain the difference between attribute and direction maps? Okay, so we can think of an attribute as being tied to a particular note, whereas a direction will keep that expression until the notes, until another articulation is in kind of another articulation starts. So let's come over here to, we'll open up a quick Bach piece. All right, so we'll come over and I'm just going to import the key switches. We'll go to the expression map. All right, so right now these are set for direction. So when we go to work with our expression maps here, we will now open up our expression maps. Okay, so if I want to start off and have this be kind of staccato to start, so we'll just say, let's come here. So that will stay until another expression. So let's say we'll come here and I want this to be pits. All right, so right now that articulation will stay until there's another articulation that comes along and changes it. When this is going to be set up for direction, or for attribute rather, so we'll come here. Okay, so let's say we'll undo. So now I could actually just select notes, and we could say, okay, I want to go to my articulation, and then we could just come over and change these kind of based on note selection. So this way I could say, okay, we're coming here, we want this to and then you could just select the particular expression from the top here. So a attribute is tied directly to a note, whereas a direction will maintain that articulation until another actual note, another articulation changes it. So that's the difference there. So let's just come over here. So that's the difference between those. All right, Anna Christina asks, is Hallian Sonic compatible with MIDI polyphonic expression? So yeah, it was actually kind of the precursor to it. So if I wanted to take a particular instrument here, let's just load this up. I'll just start with a new. Yeah, this is kind of an aspect of MIDI domain that Steinberg really kind of created. It's now been employed in MIDI 2.0. All right, so we'll just come over, say we want like a synth pad. All right, so say let's take this and record just a. All right, so record just a long note, and what we could do now is I'm going to take just one of the notes within this chord, and we could enable, there's a little editing mode here so that when we double click, that we could either delete a note or we could open up, with this icon enabled, we could open up the note expression editor. So let's say I want to come here, and on this low note, I want to adjust the volume independently. So we'll come to the inspector, we'll go to my note expression and say, okay, let's just grab the volume, and I could just draw in. So now this one particular note will just, and we could show kind of the note expression data here. We'll make this so you could see kind of the red line. So this note is going to have different volume. And let's say this note, I want to have like a pitch change. I could go to my tuning, and then just on this particular note, so this is going to change volume, this is going to change pitch, this note's going to play the same. So we'll come back, just catch the start of those notes. So that's how you could do it. So yeah, but Hallian Sonic has been supporting that since, I think, Hallian 5. Okay, so Nancy asks, why do I see install icon next to some programs in the Steinberg download assistant when I've already installed those programs and their libraries? Okay, so we'll just open up the Steinberg download assistant. So generally it'll say that install again. So if you don't have something that's been installed, so you can, once you've installed it, you have the option to install and reinstall again. We'll just open this up. All right, so let's say I go to my Cubase Pro, so I could see that these are ones that I have installed. So when we see this, we could see install again. Like I installed Retrolog from a different source, so I don't necessarily, like not all of my content was installed from here. But if you see install again, this means that I installed it directly from here, but you could just choose to install. And you could see, like when we go to, let's see if I go to Absolute 6, like a lot of these I installed again. I could choose to install again, but here it just gives you the option to install this directly from here. So sometimes people won't install from the particular download assistant, and they may install it from the website, so it just kind of shows again like what has been installed and what's been installed from the Steinberg download assistant as maybe from another source. So all right, wonderful to see Gerald Ely checking in from Martinez, California. All right, and we have Justin Lewa checking in from Kenya. Thanks for joining us. All right, so Gerald Ely says the command plus solo tip is a useful one for him. All right. All right, Tommy C says, in Groove Agent, after I edit a pattern, like take out the 808 and hat, how can I export just that new MIDI and play the correct kit sounds? Thanks. Okay, so let's come over. All right, so let's say I have okay, okay, after I edit the pattern, like take out the 808 and hat, how can I export just that new MIDI and play the correct kit sounds? So I'm not sure if you have the pattern here, you could always just drag the pattern directly on the screen. So when we do this, let me just make sure I'm reading this. Okay, so let's say it says after I edit the pattern, so let's say we're here and I have my pattern. Sorry, you may hear my son getting snow clothing off above. Sorry about that. Okay, so it says after I edit the pattern, like take out the 808 and hat, how can I export just that new MIDI and play the correct kit sounds? Okay, so let's say I wanted to take out, like particular, let's say my kick and my hi-hat. Okay, how can I export just that MIDI and play the correct kit sound? So, once this is set up, you can save it, export it as a MIDI file, or if it's going to virtual instruments, since you're using Groove Agent, you could do it as a MIDI loop. So let's say we'll call this Tommy C. And then you could go to user MIDI loops. So if you go to your media bay, we could say, let's get to user presets, and then if we go to under track presets. If it's MIDI, so we could just say, you could just drag, these particular, MIDI loops right into the project as well. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding. All right, so we see from Plastic People Records, Greg, anyone had an issue with the cycle bar moving on its own in 13? Was happening on a project only when zoomed in deep and purple activated. Note could not repeat. Possible bug with new projects. So I haven't really encountered that. So let's say if I want to take these and let's say I put my left and right locators and we activate cycle. So sometimes what happens as people are working, it's possible that maybe the particular, as people go to zoom in, that, depending on where your cursor is, and there's a preference to stop this behavior if you don't want, but maybe as you zoomed in and moved it to a hand, and as you moved it down or up, that it adjusted the position. So check to see if it's something like that, but there is a preference for that. I want to say it's maybe project and mix console or something, but there's a preference where you could just disable the scroll wheel for that. Let me just... So, but let me know if that's it, but I haven't run into that in all my projects with 13. All right, let me just, my chat field jumped on me. Let me see if I can get back to where I was. All right, so we see Plastic People Records ask, any way of getting native instrument loops from the expansions to show in Cubase browser? It would be great to add art also, and then be able to drag into Cubase like Steinberg content instead of using machine. So it's really up to native instruments to kind of do the correct metadata tagging. So it's really, it's obviously available for third-party companies. They probably just choose not to, but you should reach out to Native Instruments and tell them that you want to have it kind of tagged for Steinberg Media Bay. It's used by more people. All right, so we see Robert Jason. Thanks for your time, Greg. Have you addressed an issue I've had, 13 Pro using more DSP, projects taking excessive time to load, Mac 2018, quad core, 32 gigs of RAM. So every time, when I have my projects going, and you have kind of an older computer than I do, I haven't really noticed, any significant difference from, Cubase 12 to Cubase 13 on my system. I have an M1 Pro MacBook, so there hasn't been any, I haven't seen, any. I've actually seen kind of the performance increase a little bit, but that could be because it's using the M1 processors. So, but, see if you're, doing, it could also depend on the projects that you're using. If you're doing, you could try to load up a project without third-party plugins and see if that, remedies the situation for you. But in my experience, it's probably going to be one particular instrument or one particular plugin that could be causing a long load time. So, and you may have to isolate that to figure out which particular instrument it is, but I haven't really noticed any particular difference. You see Jazdu giving some advice. All right, so we see, hi Greg, is there an easy way to make a beat half or double time? Thank you again for doing a great job. All right, so if it's going to be something like, just like MIDI, right, so I'll right click and we'll go to right, so let's say I'll drag this over. So if it's going to be MIDI, just a couple ways to approach it. One is you could do just a sizing applies time stretch. So you can say, okay, I want to take this and that needs to be 1 measure long. So that could double the speed, or if you wanted to, let's say, half the speed, we could just come right over here and time stretch it. So now it's playing at half the speed that was. So we could just again apply kind of our time stretch on the events, and this works for audio or MIDI. So as we would kind of play back, let me just load the kit again, sorry. I'll take off the all right, and I think that there are some logical editor presets for this as well. So let's say we'll start where our normal pattern is here. All right, and I think if we go to MIDI to logical editor, there are presets for this where we could double or half the time. It's a double tempo. So we do this now, what it's done. So if we look at this in our key editor, or we'll go into our drum editor, we can see that what this is going to do is basically take the time here, and we could cut it in half, or if we wanted to, instead of divide by 2, we could divide by 0.5, divide by, or multiply by 2, multiply, so that's how you could do it. Now, so that's a couple different methods. So check out the project, or the MIDI logical editor has functions to do that. And if you want to do it with standard beats, just you could just grab the sizing applies time stretch for MIDI or an audio and have that kind of automatically be double or half depending on how much you drag it either way. All right, so we see John Barry just says, hi again, Greg, just a small note and update. In 13.02, font color would change when background is changed to a light color. Font goes black on timeline cycle. Flags do not. Cheers. Okay, so let's. Okay, I'll make sure to mention that. But if you're not familiar with this, like in the initial version, depending on how bright this was, your text was always white and wouldn't contrast with that. But I'll make sure to pass that along to the team. Thanks for pointing out, John. Always wonderful to see Mark Rabin. We hope you're keeping warm in Montana. And everyone give Mark's dog Stella a big woof. All right, so we see from Chilluminate, thank you. Trying to audio bounce 2 events with option replace events, but can't get it to work. How do I get 2 events to become 1? Okay, so let's just come over. Let me just erase this. Okay, so say we have 2 events here. Okay, so as we listen to it, that's a winner. All right. So what I'm going to do is I could select. So when you want to replace the events, it's not that you select the events, but the tracks. So if I wanted to take these 2 events here, I could go to my edit to render in place. We'll go to our render settings. And since I have 2, I'm going to choose to mix down to 1 audio file. So it could depend on whether the events or the tracks are selected. So when you do this, these events will stay. And we just turn that off. So we'll go to mix down or render in place. And we'll hit render. So now those events are muted, and this is the rendered event. But if I don't have an event selected, I'm going to take these 2 tracks, and I think we could bounce those down. So again, no event selected, just the tracks. And we'll come over again. Let me just monitor those. So now when we go to edit, to render in place, to render settings, we choose to mix down. And we'll get the option if I don't mess up again. So we'll go to our render settings and we'll choose to remove source tracks. So now it's all consolidated down to 1. So again, select the events, go to edit, to render in place, to render settings. You want to mix down your multiple files to 1 audio file. And on the source tracks, you could just choose to remove the source tracks. And then those 2 tracks are now consolidated down to 1 audio file. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right, wonderful to see David M. checking in from near Liverpool. Thanks for joining us today. Michael Teams wants people to whack at the like button. So if you learned something new, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. All right, Mark Rabin just says, please explain the Groove Agent Jam button. I haven't worked with this in forever. I think it might be just in... Let me load up a different kit. I may have to review this. It's been years since I've done the jam mode. See if I could trigger my memory. All right, I think it might be one of those. I may have to do it in full Groove Agent. Let me just check. I know I did a video on it way back when. Okay. Let's see if I remember. Just want to see if it's even. Let me just see if I could do a super quick Google and jog my memory. Bear with me just for a moment. If not, I will show it on Friday's live stream. Mark, sorry about that. Having a brain cramp. I'll have to look up my own video. Okay. Okay, so we need to, so what I think it does, just kind of looking at the documentation, is that we could set up kind of a exclusive mode. Let me just, all right. So I think what we could do is set up kind of like an intro, a verse, a start and stop, like a fill pattern. So let's see if, so that's kind of the intention of it. So all right, let me just see if, I think we need to set this to like an exclusive mode. All right, and then, so you could have like different patterns for kind of like a verse and chorus. Let me just, yeah, I'll see if I can get this dialed in for Friday's live stream. But I think what you could do is you could set like one pattern for a verse and intro, and then just be able to kind of navigate by hitting, by hitting like the jam mode. And as you kind of come over here, that you could just kind of have this set between like 4 different patterns. One for like a fill, one for like a verse, chorus, so you could kind of easily write along with it. But I'll have that prepared for Friday's live stream. Sorry about that. All right, let's jump back to our questions. Thanks again for all the wonderful questions. All right, so Chiluminate says, hi Greg, my MIDI controller shows up twice in the MIDI port setup, MIDI and MIDI MPE. When MPE is connected, there is no sound. Any sound setting will make MPE work. So if it's an MPE controller, probably what you need to do is go to your studio menu, to studio setup. You'll see the plus sign. We'll just click right here and we'll say note expression input device. So this is where you want to connect your MPE driver, and this would allow you to set kind of like the pressure, the horizontal and vertical accesses in what controllers. So again, go to your studio menu, to studio setup, click on the plus sign, add your note expression device, and then you could just choose directly here the MPE driver, and then you could set which particular MIDI CCs are being transmitted for the different modes in the controller. All right, so you see David M says, hi Greg, I meant to ask a question as I could not load a video file in Cubase 13. You answered it and sorted it out in the Cubase index. All right. Well, that's good. And we also give a special thanks to Jan for creating the website for that. All right. All right. So we see Giora Oscar says, hi, I tried to set the MIDI twister. So maybe there's a follow-up to that. All right, so we have Madge Deepers just saying hi from a very cold United Kingdom. Okay, going through more comments. All right, so Renee Johns Milchman asks, hello, can you please explain me what is her mode tuning? It appears in project setup. All right, so her mode tuning allows us to tune for some different temperaments. So I think I may actually have an example here that we could show. Yeah. All right, so, realize that when we tune, most traditional Western music as we tune now is kind of a compromise. So it's not purely mathematical, the relationships to harmonics. So to get 12 notes relatively in key, we'll call it equal temperament, is kind of the accepted kind of Western tuning scale, so that we could, roughly play all keys in tune. But scientifically, they're going to be knocked out of tune slightly. And certain keys and certain intervals will be more in tune than others. If you listen to a lot of early music with early instruments, you realize that a lot of those pieces were written in particular keys because those keys were in tune for the instruments that they were using, and they wouldn't really vary. And then, around Bach's time, and, we can thank Bach for popularizing the concept of equal temperament with his Well-Tempered Clavier book, which is basically saying, we can play in all 12 keys and be in tune. But sometimes we may want it to be more in tune. So let's say I just took an an example here of something that's just straight tuning. And I just did long notes of kind of clarinet, oboe, bassoon, and bass clarinet. So, and we'll listen to it. So, and listen to see if it sounds perfectly in tune, or you hear kind of like some vibrations to make it seem like it's slightly out of tune. So we'll come here, get my keyboard to go back to the right computer. See. Okay, so we'll go ahead and listen to this. So as different notes were played, we could hear that there was like some tuning variations there. So what we're going to do now is listen to with herd mode tuning. So when we go to our tuning here and we go to our project setup, so go to project setup, we could activate herd mode tuning. And here I'm going to put it into Baroque, where 3 and 5, the 3rd and 5th intervals are adaptive. And once we come over to, let me just find it in our inspector. So we could tell these particular tracks to now play back not with equal temperament, but with her mode tuning. Just see if where it's set up on. It's also kind of activated in the inspector. Let me just. Okay, so we go here to the MIDI modifiers, to her mode tuning, and we could apply the tuning. All right, so again, let me just see if I get my keyboard to. We'll listen to our first example. So this is equal temperament in red. Now let's listen to her mode tuning. So you can hear there's much more in tune. Now we'll play both of them together. So you can probably hear the different tuning discrepancies there with that. So what her mode tuning is going to allow you to do is to have kind of more pure thirds and fifths for the intervallic relationships that are scientifically pure, so that it will not be kind of a compromised tuning that we have with equal temperament. So if you wanted to have more authentic strings and wind sounds for orchestral stuff, some people will utilize the her mode tuning for that. All right, so we see just a follow-up from Studio 7 Casimo. It says, I believe you misunderstood me. I want to control the volume of the Media Bay preview with my master keyboard, not with the control room, as reducing the volume affects my overall master. So, it is kind of one in the same. So, it's not it will affect your monitoring volume, but it doesn't affect your master volume. If you wanted to treat it differently, where we could have your control room. So let's say we have our control room set here. We could route it into, so if we wanted to route our loops through not the control room, but through the phone's preview channel. So right now we're going through kind of the control room volume. Okay, but what we could do is set this to go out of the phone's preview channel. So let's see if we come over. So we'll go to our preferences and to control room, and it will say use phone's channel as preview channel. And at this point, we will say, go to our audio connections into control room, and we'll have our phones. So we'll make sure we right click and add our phones. And let's see if we could route these to the same output. Yeah. So if we wanted to, these would have to be routed to a different output. Let me just check one other quick preference. Yeah. So if you wanted to send it to another device, you could route it through the phone's channel and not affect your overall volume. But again, the control room doesn't affect your master volume. It's doesn't affect so it won't affect the overall mass. It'll affect the monitoring volume, but it's not going to affect your gain stage. And if you wanted to, really all you'd have to do, if you're changing it and you want to go back to a known volume, again, you could you could route it to a different output on your audio interface using the phones, but that would require a different output port. So you may, depending on your monitoring scenario. But if you have your control room set up here and you're like, okay, this is my known reference level, all you'd have to do is come here and hold down Alt or Option and click, or I think it's Control, or yeah, just Alt or Option and click, and then you could go back to your known reference point. But it is going to be kind of tied to the preview is going to be tied directly to the control room volume. Okay. All right, wonderful to see Taylor from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania, from Music for World Peace Records. Thanks for joining us. And we have Peter from Montreal. All right, so we see Cubase says, can you demonstrate modulation on vocals to give it movement in Cubase? Okay. There's a number of different modulation sources. This may not be musically appropriate, but let's say if I wanted to come here, and it'll take this vocal, and I'll just go to an insert effects. I'm going to go to the FX modulator, So let's say we wanted to do let's say filter, and let's say I want this to be maybe half notes. So say, okay, we'll make this eighth notes.
You were the party, the big event.
And we can add
Everything that woman invited.
So we could add just kind of an envelope here.
Looking in, you put the close side up on your heart. All the lights went out and it got dark. Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm uninvited. Thought I would be the very last one to leave.
So here you have just kind of a whole wealth of different modulation effects that you could apply into vocals, but there's a number of ways of doing that. But check out the FX Modulator plugin, and there's all sorts of great stuff that you could do with this. So let's say, let's see, there's some vocal presets maybe. Fox movement here. So here we're going to have reverb, chorus, panning, filter. So you try the FX Modulator. It's a great plugin for that. See, Gerald Ely is just saying Groove Agent playing Groove Agent. Sweet. It's pretty clever that way. All right, so we see from Music for Old Peace Records, Taylor asks, is multi-band compressor in live mode recommended for mixing, or is it only to be used in live performance? So it's really intended for tracking through it. Once you use it in, I think if it's in look-ahead mode, it may take, it may take more system resources to do that, so just kind of be aware of that. But most of the time people would use live mode when you're actually tracking with the plugin, so that's kind of the intention of why it's separated. All right, so we see, thanks, Greg. Learned something new on the expression maps. Cheers. Is it possible to write expression before recording the notes? So I think that, let's go ahead and just take a look. I think you can if you're in direction. So let me just jump back to. All right, so we could just kind of come in. So yeah, we can write in the articulations before notes. All right. All right, so we see question. In the Media Bay window, I have several favorite folders. How can I customize the attribute window for each favorite? For instance, in the drum folder, I have a row for tempos, genre, etc., but not for the pitch assigned to synth sounds, for example. All right, so let's take a look and see if we could do that. Okay. Just add a couple of audio tracks here. All right, so I'm going to just record some of these quickly in different locations, make some favorites folders. So I'm not sure if you could have independent Right, let me just set a different record folder. Right, and I'll set a different record folder, then we'll add these folders as favorites. All right, one more. Okay, so we go to my media bay. Let's go to our file browser, documents, to projects, to hangouts. Okay, so we'll now go to our favorites folders and we'll have 1, 2, 3. All right, so let's see if we could have our different attributes. I'll do this in full media bay, it'd be a little easier to navigate. Okay, so let's say in this one, we want it to have album and reel in one. Okay, so we see reel and album. Let's come over here. Yeah, so I think that all these are going to be kind of global. So it's a copyright. project name. All right, so we'll go here. Yeah, so even if you're not using the attributes, you can still have those particular attributes handy. But, you know, you have kind of one set of attributes here. Let's see if... And I don't think that there's a way to save it, or these attributes aren't going to be saved for each particular folder. So it's going to be kind of one global set of attributes that you could enable and disable particular attributes when you want to. Sorry about that. All right. All right, so you see Michael Pierce just asking, saying hello to everyone, and he saw the Yamaha, I guess it's a Seek track. Looks fun. Any interesting Cubase integration? So I just read about it myself today, online, probably like you did. So they're in kind of, the keyboards are in kind of a different division than I am. So, but I'm sure I'll see it at NAMM next week, and I will be able to report after the NAMM show. All right, just reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. And if you've learned a new tip or trick, make sure that you actually hit the like button. And sorry, my chat field just jumped. Let's see if I can find my... Okay, so I think I'm in the area where it was. Right. All right, so we see Music for World Peace Records says unable to open download assistant. Get the message. Connection to server could not be established. Check internet connection. Try again. I'm connected to the internet for the live stream. So make sure, one, that you, when you go to the download assistant, one, that you're logged into your My Steinberg credentials. You know, and let me know if you're on Mac or Windows. There is something that I've had a couple of users on Mac OS run into that was kind of resolved by just doing something like some kind of reset at the OS level. But if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I think you're on Windows, but I'm not sure. And also, you know, all of the downloads are freely available on the Steinberg website as well if you needed to get something. So, but yeah, if you could just specify if you're running Mac or PC. I think Nick Saya ran into it as well, and his was kind of immediately resolved, and I think it's on a Steinberg knowledge base. All right, Michael Teams wants people to smash the like button. All right, so we see feature requests from Music for Old Piece Records. Drag and drop VST instrument track into an existing audio track to render it in place. For multiple renders, that should be all in the same track instead of moving them all to one track. So if you have multiple VST instruments, so if you let me know if that is you need to drag and drop, or if you just do a typical, if you do a typical render in place, I think it kind of gets you to the same area. So let's just open up, find a particular project here. So if you want all these to go into one particular track, so let's say we're here and I just jump here and we just do a render in place, instead and let's say I just have this as a keyboard shortcut. And I just say render, it kind of gets you, I think, to the same area. You could also now just take any VST instrument and set it as an audio input. So I say, okay, let's just come here and I want to go to my track instruments and I want, this, and I can just hit play and record and go. But I'll pass it along as kind of a drag and drop from the instrument. But, if you have to add the audio track, if you render in place, the audio track could be added. You could combine multiple sources together or split out different sources to different tracks depending on the output routing already. All right. Mark Rabins is passed on it. Stella says woof to me as well. So that's good. Hope that Stella's doing okay with the cold weather. My cat got to experience snow this morning. He liked it for about a minute. So, all right. So we see you from the Heartbreak Time Machine. Just says thank you for these streams, Greg. I learn so much every time. So thanks for being an attendee. It's great to see you on, and thanks for the kind words. All right, so Michael Pierce asks, question, is it likely that Cubase might get slightly more drag and drop system for adding instrument tracks, perhaps adding instruments to the right window to be able to drag them in? So I think you could do that already. So let's say if I have, I go to my media bay to VST instruments and I want pad shop, I just drag it out and now I have my pad shop track. If I want it, retrolog, just drag it from my media bay and it's already added. So let me know if that's kind of what you want as a feature request. All right, so we see Illuminate just says thank you so much. You're welcome. All right, Mark Rabin says Stella says lick the like button. All right, Alex Camp just says hello from the old world. Thanks for joining us, being online today or this evening. All right, so we see from Cubase asks question, how to get multiple automation shapes. So let's say if we are here in our automation panel, you have like the line tool. So we could say, okay, I want this to be a straight line. I want this to be a parabola. So we could do this. And if we hold down the control key, we could go kind of the opposite direction. If we wanted to do like a sine wave, I could just come, and again, we can see kind of the black line, say, okay, I want this, the frequency to go over one measure and drag it out. We could do that. Let's do a triangle wave. So again, kind of, I could just choose the frequency with the shift key and drag it. I could go positive or negative. And if you want to do square wave, again, just switch your tool and change the frequency. And you could have all sorts of fun with the different drawing tools right there. All right, so we see from DB, Greg, my sound or audio loops I just bought are locked. I cannot access or unlock them. How could I solve this? Thanks. So let me know if you bought them like from the Steinberg online shop or if they were purchased elsewhere. And if it's from the Steinberg online shop, there's going to be a little utility. So one is just to make sure that you have, like if you go to your Steinberg activation manager, make sure that you see the licenses that are activated. So when we look at this, you'll see like your activated licenses. So make sure that you see the activated licenses right here. And if they're in the not activated, so a lot of times when you see like a little circle with the almost like a dash going across horizontally, that would indicate that there's no license for that particular instrument. So make sure that if you just bought them, that they actually show up as being activated. If they're not activated, just click on activate, and then you should be able to access them there. So make sure that and if it's a third-party solution, you may have to, it should just show up as standard WAV files in Media Bay. All right. So we see, and see a further follow up with that. It says I downloaded and activated them from Download and Activation Manager, but this did not help. And if it's, if they're not showing up, also check to make sure like your Steinberg Library Manager that they're showing up here. So you should see, I think they would show up under Cubase Nuendo for your different loops. So make sure that they're showing up here as well. And, wherever it should automatically place them here, but you may have to, make sure that this is in like a folder that it's looking at. So also check out the Steinberg Library Manager and see if you see it listed there. All right, so we see question, is the auto quantize applicable when it's activated while recording signal? So the auto quantize isn't really only going to be affected on incoming MIDI data. It's not going to quantize your audio performance. So it's only going to be to activate it here, you can just click on the AQ, and that would do the auto quantize for MIDI input, but again, not for an audio recording. All right, so we see love Cubase. See, kind of repeating the question. So we did that earlier in the like very top of the live stream. All All right, so Chiluminate asks, hi Greg, when I try to edit audio in the editor panel, I get the message, please zoom into a resolution is lower than 1. What does this mean and how to fix this? All right, so depending, let's say if we have an audio file and we had, usually you get this message in the sample editor and you try to like draw in, and you do this, you get this message, please zoom into resolution. So what this tool is for, like if you have a click or pop, you need to kind of zoom in to a lower resolution and then you could use the pencil tool. So the tool itself needs to be, the screen resolution needs to be at a certain level for like the pencil tool and some of the other tools for the pencil tool to work. So if we're here, I can't really draw in with the pencil tool, just the resolution is a bit too coarse. So we need to kind of just simply zoom in at this point, and now we could just draw in just like that. So that's the intention of the line tool. Okay. All right. Always wonderful to see Graham Witcher from Royal Wooton Bassett in the UK. Thanks for joining us. Always wonderful to have you on. And just within a minute, 1 gallon of raspberry ripple ice cream for Graham from Michael Teams. Very generous. All right, Francesco asks, hello Greg, I would like to write a piano song in E flat major. Where can I put the project on this pitch? Many greetings from Germany. So, if you just record, anything in E flat major, so let's say if I have, I'll just do some quick chords here, just all right, so I'll just transpose this, I'll just get some okay, so let's say now I'm going to go to this Rhodes part, or let me just, or no better way of doing this quickly. All right, so let's set our root key here to all right, so activate this and let me just grab pattern. Okay, so let me just take off cycle mode here. Just change my click track back to default. All right, so say I have this, so I'm not sure, so once anytime that you would record something in E flat major, it would automatically show up. as being in E flat. We could, change kind of the harmonic spelling, but as we kind of look at this, we can see that this is an E flat. When I go to my score editor, we can just double click. Let's go to split staff. And let me just do a quick. All right, so, and then once we were here, like in the notation, all we would have to do is, we could set our key. So let's say we're in E flat major, so we'll just go down to 3 flats, hit apply, and now you could just see your key just like that. So I just see where can I put the project on this pitch, mini green. So, really, Cubase will just capture whatever you're doing. You don't necessarily have to set it in the project, but if you're doing notation, you could just set it up in the notation editor for that particular, for that. But, the MIDI information or audio information will just be captured by Cubase, and you don't have to set a key before doing that. So let me know if that's helpful, Francesco. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to import MIDI sequencer into the pads of Groove Agent or Hallian Sonic? So not in Hallian Sonic, but let's say if I have this particular pattern here, and I'm like, I like this pattern. If it's in Groove, if we have Groove Agent open, all we would have to do is I'll come over here. We'll open up Groove Agent instance. I'll just I'll reset this pad. If you go to a pattern pad, we can now just drag and drop and trigger the pattern pad. If we are using chord pads, we can just take this and drag it to a chord pad to use as the basis. And if we are using something like MIDI insert, we could go to our Apache SX and drag and drop this pattern directly into the arpeggiator as well. So the pads in Hallian Sonic are really more for for chords, and there's a flex phraser, but it doesn't allow you to kind of drag and drop your own patterns in. But Groove Agent, chord pads, Apache SX do. All right, so we see question from Razel. Hi, Greg. Some of the Groove Agent presets have red stop sign on them, like this preset Fight Club kit. Do you know why? I think so. Generally, that's going to be kind of indicative that there's not a license for that particular content that's available. So sometimes, a content may be on a USB-E licenser that was disconnected. But when I come over here, let's open up Groove Agent SE, where you see like a little stop sign. That could mean when we go to like load kit with patterns, that when you see kind of the red here, that you don't have necessarily a license for that kit. So when you see kind of like a circle with like a red horizontal line, so check to make sure that you have, let me just see. So you mentioned in Groove Agent, so let's say like Fight Club Kit. So I'm not sure like if that's one of the, I'll just go to all agents here that I have installed and see if that's one of the standard ones. It doesn't look like that's a standard kit, so maybe it comes in another content set that I don't have installed. So it could be maybe you downloaded one and you don't have a license for it, and that's why you get that. particular icon. All right, so we see from John Barry, says Cubase has a number of pop-up warnings. Example, key command not active in this zone. Really useful, but the scanning MIDI ports was in 13, but not in 13.02. This was handy as I have a lot of MIDI devices. Yeah, I think some people may, it's sometimes, what people see as handy, others see as a hindrance. So it could have been that, people had complained about it. So, but I'll pass it along. So we see question, what is Greg's favorite instrument? And what is the music genre that you like? So I started off playing trumpet like in 6th grade, and then like in 8th grade started playing electric bass. And in college I switched to string bass and did like really heavy orchestral stuff. So I love orchestral music and playing and listening to orchestral stuff. I probably listen to, I know way too much about Beatles catalog. Really love Kate Bush stuff. So probably my favorite instrument personally is like fretless bass. I really enjoy kind of the expressiveness that you get with fretless bass. And you can check out some stuff I played on with, if you go to Hot Mess, HOTTMESS, and with Michael Teams, Gareth, and Pablo. All right. All right, so we see Nick has handed in his tardy slip and pressed the like button. We're glad that you made it, Nick. All right, so we see Larry Wade just says, can't find old files from Cubase 10 on Pro 13 on my hard drive. The file formats are the same. Like, for instance, I could come over here, and one of the projects I have, and sometimes you could see, I think if I go to Feel Good, that's like from Cubase 7. This is Cubase 11. I'll use some of the same projects for a long time. This chord pads that was in Cubase 7. But if I go to Feel Good, this is from NAMM in 2009, so 15 years ago. But all these projects load up. So, see what happened, if you don't see them listed here, but you should be able to open them manually with, from within the program. So let me know if you're doing that, or if you're not seeing it. And you could also just check if you go to Media Bay. One of the cool things you could do is if you go to Media Bay, so you go to your media menu to Media Bay, you can see all media types. Come over here, say I want to search this computer, and I want to only look for projects. And then you could find every project file that's on your computer. So you could use the Media Bay to search for projects as well. So make sure that they are on your system. But I don't have any problems loading up. I probably have a project or two from Cubase 5. So. All right, so we have Hot Beats. Zero says, hi, on Cubase 12 Pro, I'm getting lots of pops and clicks on playback. Makes it difficult to find real pops in the audio because of an edit, etc. I tried increasing the ASIO buffers. Any other ideas? And he says, Wi-Fi is off, and this is my new high-powered PC that's only for music. One of the great things that you could check out on Windows is a utility called, so it's great that you have Wi-Fi off. But, check out in Jazz Dude will probably post a link. He's always incredibly good about this of, DPC latency mon. But it could be like your video card driver. You may have like the best, fastest video card driver. And sometimes, the video display is not really that critical for Cubase performance and sometimes could be causing other issues. But check out DPC latency mon, LATENCYMON by Resplendence, and run that, and that could probably isolate if you have a part of a component in your audio computer that's interrupting with real-time audio performance. But video drivers are culprits. Wi-Fi is often a culprit as well. All right, sorry, my chat field just jumped. All right, always wonderful to see Brian Sawyer Sr. checking in from Beulahville, North Carolina. And he wants people to mash the like button in honor of this 70s TV show. All right. All right, so we see Soren in Sweden. All right, thanks for joining us. All right, Mark Rabin has to run. All right, we'll see you hopefully on Friday. So we see from Love Cubase, why doesn't Yamaha produce modules like the VL70M anymore? It's the most expressive instrument I've ever heard to this day. So probably because it didn't sell well, would be my guess. So, at a certain point in time, it takes a lot of money to engineer, to produce, factories, shipping. A lot of time goes into instruments. So if they don't sell well, they often don't get continued. Just kind of the economic reality. So, but maybe someone who's more, affiliated with those particular groups. But, it's like, people used to sell hardware reverb units like, SPX units or Lexicon units, and, those don't sell as well anymore as well. So when it's not selling as well, it's hard to justify, ramping up a factory for production on it. All right, so John Barry says to Michael Pierce, you made me think, wouldn't it be nice to have the effects with all the pictures in the right zone on the mixer window? So, I passed out a feature request here where you can see the effects and kind of drag and drop, but you can, if you're not familiar with this as well, let's say, if we go to like a particular audio track here that we could just see we go to media, we'll jump here to effects, and a lot of these effects we could just drag and drop right onto tracks directly as well from Media Bay. But I can see where that could be handy from having your effects here and dragging and dropping them over as well. But I'll reiterate that when I see some of my colleagues from Hamburg next week at the NAMM show. John Costigan says, what a delightful opportunity to hit the like button or lick it. So see, from Soren just says, the question, have you answered my question already? Is about missing drum kits and Groove Agent, maybe missing Groove Agent 1, Strange Thing, mailed it in. So yeah, I think it's just that there's no license for, and we discussed it several times today when you're in Media Bay and let's say we go to media bay to our VST instruments. And then we look at, like our different content sets. So let's say we come over here to Groove Agent SE and we look at different ones, or we look at all of them, and when we see kind of like the little stop sign to the left, it really indicates exactly that there's no license for that one. So it could be that maybe the license is on a USB E licenser, that maybe the Groove Agent 1 kits, maybe the license is on the USB E licenser and that needs to be connected. So you could try that, Soren. I just went through this with Kevin Mehmed yesterday. All right, so we see Uno Memento is preparing for tomorrow's workday. He's going to check out. So thanks for joining us, and stay warm. All right, so we see question in a trial version of Cubase 13. When I open up Halion Sonic, I get a message. Your document folder is not accessible. You might not be able to save presets. Please check permissions and your controlled access settings. Well, in Cubase 10.5, I didn't have that. So, just make sure that, where, so it could be that it's going to be a different path that you have for Cubase 13 versus 10.5. There are some changes in Media Bay and changes in like default sample locations that have come between those two versions, if memory serves. So, just make sure that you have the user permissions for those particular folders. I think you could just right click on the folders, the content folders, and just make sure that you have read and write permissions. Maybe it's just set for read and not read and write, something like that. All right, so we see Soren ask Greg, I have a question about the screen display. On a friend's screen, the hub takes up all the screen and then some. Is there a way to get a smaller windows in Cubase, smaller hub in plugins? So, like right now, I'm running a resolution roughly of, I'm running 1920 by 1080. So some computers with, it's not necessarily, it could be the computer or the monitor. If you're displaying something like, 13, was it 1376 by 768 or something, it really depends on your screen resolution. So I think 1920 by 1080 is a great place to be. So, but, like I saw this on Facebook recently where someone was just running just a really small screen resolution. So, if I go here to my system preferences and you go to displays, let's see if I could do this without, I don't want to go into this in case it screws up the live stream, but, make sure that you're, not running 1280 by 720, so I'm running 1920 by 1080. So, so check, they just really, and they're going to have a small screen for everything they do on their computer. So have them increase their display resolution. And if they're on Windows, they could come over to their preferences and go to General. So this isn't on Mac OS, but then you'll see Enable High DPI. They could try turning that off and see if that makes a difference. Or also you'll see Scale. Like where you could scale minus 25, minus 50, or plus 25, plus 50% for scaling the screen. So it's just this small screen resolution that they're viewing. That's what's causing the problems. See, Michael Pierce just says, oh my, revelation of the day. Absolutely nailed it. I so rarely have the right window open. I don't know that at all. Reworking my template tomorrow. Yes, there's all sorts of great drag and drop stuff you could do from the right hand side. I'm slowly catching up. All right. All right, so we see a question from Billy. When after saving a project in Cubase 13 Pro, I go to close the project, then Cubase still asks to save project. So usually it does that when there's been a change of some kind. So I haven't had it happen to me unless I I saved a project and then I move something. Then it'll prompt you, do you want to save the project because there's something to save that maybe wasn't saved. So that's generally what that's kind of indicating. So, you could save the project, but maybe there was a change after. If you don't want to save, you just choose don't save. All right, Daniel Melendez asks, can Greg explain how to set up and understand the VU meter in Supervision? All right, so let's take a quick look at it. So let's jump to just project here. All right, so one of the things that's, that you probably want to do when utilizing the VU meter is to set the scale a little differently. So let me just revert this project, since I think I destroyed it with some modulation on vocals. All right, so I'm going to go to my control room and let's go to inserts and let's go to, I'll just run my supervision here under analyzer. All right, and I'm going to switch this to under level. Signal will go to VU. All right, so let's say, so I'm just going to go here to the settings, and then probably what most people are expecting is see the VU dB full scale. So, and then once we have that kind of setting, let me just turn off my automation here, so I could just kind of gain stage my mix. And then you'll have some different settings here in kind of the setup. So you can see peak, RMS, and different scales. So if you want to see CATS 20, 14, 12, etc. But if it seems like really low, this might be minus 18, but just put on dB full scale. And that's how you can see work with the VU meter. All right, wonderful to see Gareth has made the live stream. All right, we see Larry Wade says, okay, been on Cubase since SX. All right, so you see Chilluminate asks, hi Greg, what are some of your tips and tricks in punch in, punch out recording? Okay, so let's say we want to do, we'll just come here, I want to do punch. So one of the things that can speed things up, let's go to your preferences, and under editing, you'll see this cycle follows range selection. I like this preference to be turned on, because what this would allow me to do is to set my left and right locators right here. So you have O hitting that on the computer keyboard or here on the display. That would activate punch in and punch out. So now when I come here, we could have this track record enabled. I'm going to set just an input channel. just set a connection here real quick. Okay, so now that I have that set up, we can, as soon as I hit play, let's say, so I'll activate this channel. Let's set our stereo in. Here, I'll just, oh, sorry, wrong stereo in. Oh, doesn't like that. So here, I'll just do a new project quickly. Okay, so let's go ahead and add our audio track. Okay, so where I have my left and right locators, so I have I and O turned on, and now at this point, as we play, it will punch in. So once we have punch in and punch out active, we just turn off my punch points here. Okay, so now we'll come over here, so we'll hit I and O. And it should just kind of automatically punch. Let me just try one more different project here. But generally it's going to be just like the left and right locators and where those are set. So you see now wherever my left and right locators are set. So if I say I just want to come here with my range selection tool, I want to punch in this particular part. I and O are turned on, and now as soon as I just rewind, if I move this over here, we could just punch directly in that point. Now, sometimes you may want to decouple the punch points, and there's something called a punch point. So let's say if the artist they have a really tight punch, but maybe they need a little more time. You know, what you could do is set the loop to play back at a certain range, and then you could have kind of the punch points be independent. So if I'm on this track, we could have this 2 measure cycle, but I only need to punch in the middle. So as we play, it'll cycle, punch in, punch out, cycle, punch in, punch out. So you could decouple the punch points from the left and right locators as well. So those are some tips with punch-ins. All right, so let's get to some of the questions that were mailed in. Thanks for all the wonderful questions from everyone. All right. All right, so we see just a question is how to increase automation in a selected range up and down by 1 dB key command. All right, so let's say I have automation going on throughout this, and I want to adjust the automation inside of the cycle marker. And there is a project logical editor preset for this. So we'll come over and let's just go to setup. And if we go under factory presets to automation, so we can say we want to decrease the volume of selected track by 1 dB inside the cycle. So we could just kind of use this particular function. So we can see where we have the left and right cycle markers. And when I come over here and hit apply, once we have that and you need to have the track selected for this. And once we hit apply, that now we can just adjust the automation right within that particular point. Hang on 1 second, I have to get something for my son. Hang on. All right, it's back. Sorry about that. All right. All right, our next question we had was a macro to change the length of MIDI note durations when the MIDI event lengths have changed. This is from the last live stream. So we came up with a macro for this. Let me open up project. All right, so let's say we have a MIDI event like this, and we're talking about this when we resize the MIDI event, so we'll just make this a little larger here. All right, so we resize the MIDI event that the notes and events that are still kind of almost invisible, not within the visible part, will still play back, because that's kind of designed that we could have events like that. So I created a macro. So the first thing I did was went to the MIDI project. I went to the MIDI logical editor, and we said we want to delete notes beyond the cycle or beyond the cursor position. So I made a user preset. So we're going to delete notes beyond the cursor. So we're going to basically choose delete. And then we said type is equal to note, and we want to say position is beyond the cursor, the playback cursor. So this is going to be part of a macro. So we have these events that we kind of see here. Okay, and so we'll go to the macro now. So go to edit key commands. So again, if you're not familiar, a macro is just a series of key commands and functions that are run in sequence. All right, so I called this trim notes to shortened event lengths. So we said I want to do transport locators to selection. We're going to then go to the right locator. We're going to open the key editor. We're going to do select all of the notes in the key editor. We're going to split at the cursor because we move the cursor to the end of the range. And then we're going to run that particular logical editor preset that we just created here of deleting notes beyond a cursor. And notice that I have an event after that has MIDI notes. So I'm going to drag this over to the right hand side to the left, and we see that these MIDI notes, and we can see it kind of reflected here in the lower zone that we'll have. And what we're going to do is basically cut from this point on where we resize the event. We're going to erase everything after. So if I do this right, I'll say run the macro, and now all of the events directly to the right were automatically deleted. So again, just come over here, say run macro, and all of those notes are deleted that were after that position. So again, you could just delete beyond the cursor in the logical editor and these steps in the macros. Okay, so we had a question mailed in. It says, I'm working with Nuendo 13. Can you please tell me the following is possible in Nuendo? Example, I stop playing a song at a certain time position. For example, at bar 10. On my screen, bar 10, and the play cursor is somewhere left of the middle of the visible project window. Is it possible to have a key command to move the visible part of the project window in a way that bar 10 and the play cursor are in the middle of the screen? In other words, move the play position at which the playback was stopped to the middle of the screen. So I don't know a way to, one method to do this might be to so I don't think it's going to update the particular play position, but if you wanted to, one of the things that you could do is as we come and activate this project, something to try. So I think if we are here, let me just turn off my cycle, and we stop here, that won't necessarily move this over to start our position. Let me just, accidentally closed it. But we can have a method to keep the cursor always in the center that you may want to try. Just show it here real quick. Okay, so when we do this, so let's say we have like our project playing here, but one of the things you could do is put it onto a stationary cursor if you always want that, and then whenever you stop, it's always going to be kind of in the center. But what's happening is basically the tracks are scrolling in the background constantly. So some people really like that, some people don't like it, but that way wherever you stop it's going to be in the center position with that. Okay. All right, we'll jump back to our live questions. All right, thanks for all the wonderful questions from everyone. And if you had to send questions in advance, again, you can send them to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, so we see Nancy says, I want to create a shortcut on my master keyboard to hide and show the lower zone. Okay, so let's come over to here. I will put this in my untitled. So I want this key command here to, let me just, all right, so I'll just come here. I think that there's, we'll just look for lower zone. All right, so we see window zones show hide lower zones. So we'll apply that mapping. So now as soon as I come over here, we could just hit that key on your master controller and hide or show the lower zone, just like that. So again, just on your MIDI remote, double click. You could come over here to the mapping assistant and just say show hide lower zone. So if you just type in lower zone, you'll see under window zones, show hide lower zone right there. All right, so Larry Wade asked, how do you hide the VSTs that you don't use anymore, like Waves and UAD? So when you come over here, you can go to your studio menu, to VST plugin manager, and you could make a new collection. So we'll just come over here. So I'll say copy current collection, call this January 16th, 2024. And then we could come over and just say, I don't like this plugin, I don't like this plugin, I want this one, I want to make a new folder, and then you could organize all of your plugins, just drag and drop, put them into different categories, etc. So again, come to your studio menu, to VST plugin manager, click here and start working on creating a new plugin collection. Then you could hide and view whatever plugins in whatever order you want. All right, so we see Gerald Ely just says he has the same problem with the Groove Agent kits missing, and I have his dongle plugged in. Let me know exactly which kits you have if you want to email me a screenshot or a list of the kit names, and I'll see if I could find out what library they're in. And we could see if we have all the licensing sorted out for you. Sometimes people, would download particular kits, and working with different kits would sometimes download kits that they weren't authorized for. Okay, sorry, just lost finding my spot here. All right, so you see, hi Greg, can you please tell us if there's a way to make the automation look like waveforms via sidechain? I don't know how to explain. So, if you do have automation here, so, there's automation that if we hit F6 and we say, let's go to settings, and we say show data on tracks. Here we can see the waveforms with the automation. If it's, if we have pre-gain data, we could see the effect of the pre-gain automation on the waveform itself. So if we came and did just a clip gain, we could see those changes reflected. So let me know if that's helpful in kind of what you want to do. All right, Ed Rugman asks, hi Greg, has the little icon for VST3 plugins gone in the plugins menu, the three stripes? So I think that this may be resolved in the upcoming, in the next maintenance release, but what it is if we go to your inserts, and let's say we go to look for plugins, let's say I go to dynamics, you may have to go to the bottom here and just kind of scroll over, and you can see that that field has just gotten larger. So it's still there, it just might be off screen. All right. All right, so we see from Stephen Michael 1, is there a way to do through zero tape flanging on Cubase Pro 13? I've tried the Cubase flanger, so let me know what you mean by, if you could maybe comment or send an email about what you mean by through zero tape flanging, so I could understand what you're looking for. All right, so we see just a question, how do I expand all folders in a directory with one click? So I'm not sure which directory you're in, but let's say if we're in Media Bay, so what to say if there's, so if you go to kind of the, let's see if we're here, if there's, so like in Media Bay, I don't think that there is one, but but let me know if it's in Media Bay that you're looking for to do that particular function, or if it's in plugin windows or plugin presets. All right, so we see Greg question, how can I find out what library I don't have license for in Groove Agent drums and what is not installed, or get rid of red stop sign drum kit? So I would maybe come over to your library manager. So this would show you that it is installed, and compare that to either your e-licenser if you haven't migrated licenses, and compare that to your Steinberg activation manager. So if you have libraries that show up here, you have no licenses in the Steinberg Activation Manager or Steinberg eLicenser, then I would remove it from here, because that would probably indicate that you don't have a license for it. All right, so we see Michael Pierce just says he loves his SPX 90. All right, so Nancy asked, the toolbar configuration icon at the top of the project is hidden, and I don't know how to find it. So if you're in Cubase 12 and earlier, you'll see like a little settings icon here, like a settings cogwheel, but I think if you just right click at the top, you can come over and then you'll see your tool buttons, and you can see all the sections. So instead of having like 14 little settings cogwheels in 13, just when in doubt, right click and you can see all the functions there. All right, with that, we are out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions, and we'll be back on Tuesday or back on Friday, and that will be the last live stream of the month as I have NAMM coming up, and then we'll get started again on February 2nd, and we should be good for the rest of February with that. So everyone stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you back on Friday. Goodbye.